If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 15th of July 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics here at EagleFarm. Now, EagleFarm is one of the top tracks in Queensland, and I like Doombend more, but this one is also very good. The last finishing mile is about 430 meters approximately, and we've got 8 races today here. The ground reading is good. This track offers anywhere between 30 to 40% on the odds, which means if there are 10 races, out of which 3 of the favorites should be home and the rest will need to be navigated. We'll see what we can do here today and find out more. Welcome to the Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight those things. So we'll take a look at the first one, which is a maiden, 2-year-old colts and geldings. This is the first one, which is 1,000 meter. We'll take the market snapshot and then we'll talk about the horses. Five, 6, 12 has been scratched. Four, 10, 9, 2. Okay, so before we move on to the understanding of what's going on, let me explain what I have added and how that might help. So we know that how the net works, all right? So this section is difficult. This section is relatively easier, all right? Now, when we were racing at Randwick the other day, we were looking at how things are happening and what are the other things that can actually work. So I have added a comparison column here depending on the winning weight, which is assigned on these horses, plus the pressure allocation. So what we are getting from here is we will get to see like this. So the higher is difficult, lower is easy. Okay, so this is the first one. So when we look at like that, so all of them are 0. They come into the same category, but this section will show how difficult it is or how um, they're placed. So the difficult is difficult and easier is easier. So now when we look at the 4, which is the favorite today, so that comes on the easiest section anyway, because these are difficult, and that is easier here. Okay, then it is 10 up here, which is with a jock. Then it is 9 down here, which is on the heavier side, and then they have 2, which is this one here. That's that part of the story. So those are the things which are happening. Okay, now there are a few things about this particular race, which is a 1,000-meter maiden colts and geldings. We have a lot of horses with negative leverage, right? And there are few horses where there are no leverage because they have never raced. So that's that part of the story. Now, out of which 9 is actually the highest leverage horse. Okay, 9 basically is actually the highest leverage horse, but it drops on the form line drastically here, and it is getting on the difficult side. So if we look through the section of what is easier, so this section is easier, out of which 4 is the favorite, and 4 is one of the top weight 1,000 meters, and 4 has the arrangement of the jock. Okay, so ideally 4 is the right odd. Now where is the catch? The catch is this, that it drastically drops here on the form line. That's the first part. The second thing is the jock has never raced here. The jock has never raced here, or has raced, never won. Those are the things which are involved. Okay, if we look at where the jock stands, that's very negligible. And the form line is like that. So it has the jock arrangement, but the jock is very dicey. Okay, the jock is very dicey. So what might happen if the form line is missing and the jock has never raced here and the jock is dicey? Then where might it fall down? So 9 basically is one of the heaviest horses with a very strong leverage on this, but it becomes difficult here for 9 to win. But 9 is the linear. Okay, so if that's difficult and this is dicey, let's talk about the 1, which is on the easiest side. But again, the issue is the form line, so that probably is not getting anywhere. So if that's that, then we are we are left with these 2 horses. Okay, that is the highest. Okay, that is the highest. If we look through that, so 59 is the highest, but not doing well. 4 is the second highest, which is not doing well. Then comes 8, the same, becomes a little difficult here. And then comes these 2 horses on a 58. Okay. Now, out of which, if we look at what 11 is, 11 had 3 races. It did not do anything in last 3 races. Plus the jockey has never raced here. 13 is the EW. Okay. 13 is the EW. That is that. So now 4 has the arrangement. 4 is likely the right winner because that's if we go through the heavy if we go through the weight line on 1,000 meter, that's that. So now the question is about 8. 8 had 7 races. It is still a maiden. The form line is like this, and 13 is probably an EW anyway. So 4 is the right odd. Form line missing. Jockey is kind of dicey. 9 is the linear, is on a difficult side. We'll get there. Usually, how things happen is high pressure and low pressure. So this one is getting into a higher pressure coming from 56 and a leverage. Form line is dropping drastically. 4 is very questionable from form line and jock. 8 has 7 races, did not win so far, is on the difficult side, will get there in some form. But that 13 is a check. Okay. So we'll see how this plays. Ideally, the odds are right. If this one had a little form line and a jock who has raced here and understands the geometry of the track, 4 would have a lot better chances. I'm not saying it doesn't have a chance, it does, because of how the jock arrangement is, and it is also carrying one of the top weights. And if we look at 4 and 8, then that's -1 plus 1. So definitely 4 is good, but to produce that, you needed a little form line here, which is missing. So that's why my recommendation is stay out of this, because we cannot trust any of these horses. They are all negative leverage horses, and whether they will actually do any justice, that's $1 million question. So ideally, that's where the scene is. Okay, 9 is on the difficult side. They have 2, which is here, 2.5, but ideally, we'll see how things work. It should work someday. We'll see how that works.
Couple of recent trials. One of the most recent at Deegan by 2 for Adam Campton. 3.20 into $3. Extravagant Johnny number 10 for Ben Thompson, Tony Gollan. It's 3.70 into $3.20. $50,000 extravagant gelding on debut. Placed all 3 recent trials. Second Doomben in the most recent. Then we've got Profit in Paradise with race experience. 8.50 at tonight, back to 8.50. Little Nibble Dragon Magic 8.50 to 11, back into $10. And for Thrills, Diamond Impact, the toppy first up is 201 into $101. Good for is a track reading. Rail out 10.5 metres around Eagle Farm this afternoon. Part of the TAP special on the first 4 races. The details up on screen. Let's say a very good afternoon to David Fowler.
Thanks for that, Barney. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our coverage, our broadcast of the 8 at Eagle Farm today. Perfect weather. Good for track rail at 10.5. And Marno's given the background of the betting on the first race. A little between King of the Road and Extravagant Johnny. 3.10 King of the Road, 3.20 Extravagant Johnny as they start to load. Noticing that Profit in Paradise is soft out to 10. They want a riding back. That's a tactic change. And Three-Eyed Witch is first up, but no support of the betting. It's out to 10 as well. There is one that's trimmed up from long odds in, and Marno may have mentioned it. 11 Tommy Ty. Dom Laheath trains at a Deegan. It went up 51 yesterday. It was 17 this morning. It's down to 12. So just notice that. Now these runners are moving in well for the first race today. Sir James about to come up. Tommy Ty will be the next one to move in. That leaves Dragon Magic, Profit in Paradise, and Three-Eyed Witch to move up. So we're just about ready to see racing get underway at Eagle Farm. Dragon Magic comes up. King of the Road 3.10. Now Extravagant Johnny takes over as favourite at $3. So a little between the pair, but Extravagant Johnny currently has the call on favouritism. Three-Eyed Witch comes up. Tiff Brooker brings it up to an outside gate. Profit in Paradise will be the last run to the load. Field of 10 in the first here at Eagle Farm. Profit in Paradise for the Paul Shaler yard. Moves up to its position. And now they're all in and ready to break at the first. Starter switches on the red light. All set. Racing. Profit in Paradise came out like Humphrey the Camel, missed it by 5 or 6 lengths. Not so King of the Road. He was keen for the early lead, straight to the front and slipped away by 3 to Sniper Boom. Dragon Magic third, Tommy Ty down in fourth. Then Forest Lad, followed by Sir James. Extravagant Johnny getting a fair way back in the second half of the field. On the inside of a Three-Eyed Witch, Profit in Paradise, trying to improve after the poor starter as they come to the turn, and Diamond Impact is last. King of the Road after that fast beginning. Set up shop in front and travels well into the lane. By a couple of Sniper Boom. Tommy Ty pulled to the outside, then Forest Lad. Where's Extravagant Johnny trying to make ground, but still 6 off them. Down below the 300, King of the Road in front. There's no gas in the tank. On the outside, Sniper Boom. Tommy Ty is still running on. And Profit in Paradise is getting right up on the inside. Extravagant Johnny joining it as well. And Three-Eyed Witch is out wider. Profit in Paradise shot to the lead over the last 50 metres. And Profit in Paradise last to first. Beat Extravagant Johnny, Tommy Ty,
7-10.
and Three-Eyed Witch. Then Forest Lad, followed by Sir James, Sniper Boom, Diamond Impact, Dragon Magic, and G King of the Road got really leg weary and failed to beat one of the line.
Profit in Paradise wins for Paul Shaler, Jack Guthman Chester, and just holds on to defeat Extravagant Johnny. So 7, 10, 11. 9 in for fourth. Winner home at double figure odds across the totes to launch off the program of 8 this afternoon.
So 7, 10, 11, and 9. So they are all negative leverage horses. What will happen where is difficult thing to believe. But the 4, what was wrong with 4? The 4 had a good start, but the jockey has never raced here, plus the form line was bad. I thought the 18 would come in, but for a 2-year-old gelding, gate number 9 was a little difficult, or maybe because of the negative leverage that happened, and the 7 went through. So we'll go to the next. These are like that, so be careful. Six, 12, 13, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, all scratched. 1, 11, 10, and 4. So in this case, what happened is the 4 did not get through because, the jockey arrangement was right, but the form line was missing. I thought 13 would get there, but it was a negative leverage horse, did not get there. 7 was equally negative, but it went through. What is the difference? Difference is this, that this was 0.5 down from 58, and this was staying stable. So, and then came the 10, which was the low pressure, the lower weight. Okay, whether it had form line or not, that did not matter, but with the lower weight it came in, and then it went back here on 11. So those are gray areas, so we don't know what will happen. But here, now this is again 1,000 meter, so the one is the favorite. So we know that this one was difficult, on the difficult side. So what happened basically is it started here on the lower. Okay, why not here? Because that did not have the form line. Okay, why not here? Because that was also not equal to what was happening here. 9 was on a difficult side anyways. So here 11 is on the higher end, 1 is also on the higher end, but 1 probably will get there because of the lower weight, which is okay, but it is on the higher end, and that's where the thing is. They have these two horses which are 0.5 down. And almost everybody is on the same form line. The form line is good on this one, but it is a negative leverage, plus it is like that. Can it go as a neutral? The weight supports to go as a neutral. Okay, so 11 can go as a neutral, that can win, but it is negative leverage and a little higher on the difficulty side. So if we look through smallest to largest, so now we have these two horses which are lowest, then these are the horses which are there. Okay, then we have these two, then these two. Okay, so now what might happen? So now if we look through the form line, that's the highest. Okay, but it is on a difficult side. 1 is good, but same difficulty. The other one, which is a little on the higher side, is 8, this one, and this is also a larger one. So that 8 is a check. We'll see how that 8 works, but ideally this is like wild goose chase, because these horses have never run. Whether they will run, those are the questions, very difficult to answer. I don't know. None of these horses have any races. They are going to be running first time. We can only evaluate what is the advantage on the weight and a little bit understanding that we are getting from the form lines. So 1 is 18, 22, 16. This is 19, 21, 17. Okay. 9 drops here, 16. Then these are all 20. 5 is a 21, 16. This one is higher here, chasing. So we'll see how that works. And this is the jockey arrangement. It's the same what 4 had. What 4 did not have was the form line. Here it is like that. I'll keep it open. I'll be back in a jiffy from the washroom. Okay, I'm back.
And Sarian, number 10 on debut, a $40,000 filly by North Pacific for the Muntyard. 2 trials, won the latest at Bow Desert by 2 3/4. 5.50 into 360 is a new favourite. Best back, Bonnie Boom, is $3.20 out to $3.80. I ran so far is $3.90 out to $4.40, back into back into $4, and they are the top ones. And then at longer odds, horse 5 for Michael Rod, 16 into $13. Mashani Brazen, number 7, 26.31 back to $26. Mashani Cabello is 81 into $61. I ran so far is the on topper for David Fowler. Showed good talent in that debut preparation in tougher grade and resumes for Desley Forster off a third of the Deegan trials.
So all behind the gates for the second race today. Starter will call them up in just a moment. The first race won by Profit in Paradise. Blew the start, but got the result. Came from last to win. With Jack Guthman Chester navigating a very clever path towards the inside. It was a good win. Only a short margin. I thought it might have won by a bit more, but it was only a short head. Time for the race was 59.32, maybe 35.28. So nothing special about those figures. At this point, it's only the first race. We'll get a guide here, a comparison here, because we're going the same distance with the same age group, this time the fillies rather than the colts and geldings. But we'll keep watching this market because I'm sure there still might be a few more changes. We're bang on start time, but there's been no load up as yet, so you've still got time to have a bet. 10 Sarragon for T months with a good game at Ben Osmond riding 360. 11 I ran so far. I thought the debut run at the Gold Coast during the Magic Millions Carnival was good. $4. What I want to gamble with is Booney Boom. She was the morning line favourite, but with that wide gate, it does pose a problem. It's a nasty gate better than 10. And she's now 4.20 with 4 exceed the sale at $8. Now they're moving up. Runners are moving in for race 2. Make a race day on sale now. Cutest 2-year-old fillies maiden plate. And they're coming up well. Here's Perel Denied coming in. Shani Cabello goes up. Perel Denied, trained by Jason Edwards, who's got Jason Patton, rather. Jason Edwards has got the favourite of the next race, but Jason Patton trains Perel Denied. Well named, the filly may stay inside. Perel Denied. Shani Brazen moves in. The favourite Sarragon goes up. 2 to load now. Booty Boom and the Skender Run. These first starters. The 1,000 metre start. And the market is now flattened out. So finalised number 10 Sarragon. 360 with number 11 I ran so far. Not far away from it. At $3.90. Booty Boom goes in. The field of 10 are locked and loaded. 2-year-old fillies here at 1,000 metres and they're in starters' hands. There's the light. Racing. A straggly start I ran so far was last out of the gates. Booty Boom had the outside barrier but made very light work of it. Shot out of the machine and went straight to the early lead. Sarragan swiftly on the seat for second. Crypto Chick third. Parole denied fourth. Then Mashani Brazen. What about Cause She's Worthy? And then came Exceed the Sail. Mashani Brazen is off the track getting up towards the home turn. A Skender runner's second last, and after an ordinary start, I ran so far as the tail ender. Up around the bend, 450 left to run after the smart getaway. Boogie Bib on the rail, Sarragan in close attendance. Then Parole Denied coming up to third. Followed by Crypto Chick and the others were headed by Mashani Brazen. I ran so far down the centre, but still a fair way off them. Boogie Boom, Hands and Heels currently holding Sarragan, who's not totally done with yet. They're clear of Crypto Chick. Boogie Boom in the black soil bloodstock colours, below the hundreds in the lead. Sarragan can't match it. Boogie Boom, first out and first home. That gives Gollum 200 Queensland winners. Booty Boom first, Sarragan second, third Exceed the Sail and a Skender run, past a few to get fourth. Then I ran so far, Crypto Chick, Parole Denied, Mashani Cabello, Mashani Brazen, and Cause She's Worthy was last over the line.
Speedy Spirit of Boom filly away brilliantly. Goes on to beat Sarragan and pay $5.10 and $1.60, $210,000 filly. Home for Tony Gollin in the first on debut.
110, 4 and 5. So 1. Ten, 4. And 5. So on the lower end, it did not go there. Go to the next. Eight has been scratched. 7563. The odds are right. According to the odds, this should be exactly how that things are. So 7, then 5, then 6, and out of these two, maybe 3. But the point is this, that what will happen, especially with these don't have the form lines, so there's nothing to talk about these two. The 9 cannot win as a neutral, probably as a 56. So 5 is the right one, so that should be there. 7, 5 is the right one. These two are lower, but what we are facing is the lower did not get there. Okay, so far the lowers did not get there, even though they have the advantage. So that could be because of the distance, but here the distance increases, which is 1600 meter. And let's see how that works. I mean, 7 is the right odd. Okay, 7 is the right odd. This is no drop, pushing. This is the second up here. These are on the higher end. Then 6 is also the right. After that, it is here. So the odds are right. It should fall exactly like what the odds are saying, unless we get a surprise in this one. So what might happen at 1600 meter, a low generally gets in. So now the low is going to compete with who? The low is going to compete with this one. Okay, the 6. Because this is 5.5 and that is 4. This is lower. So it's a 1600 meter, so kind of that's the fact. But here is the other flip side of the story is that this is coming from gate number 9 for a 1600 meter that's wide. This is good, but it increases, which is something that will look. But this is on the third line. Win is probably 7 and the 7 is good. That is how it should work. What will happen with this one is difficult to assume. I don't think the 1 can beat the 5, though it is like that, because the form line is definitely missing. The same is with 2. That's not in a winning state. 7 is the right. The question is whether it will fall on 6 here, or that is where we are going to get knocked out on the third, because the third is really heavy. The third is really heavy. If that thing gets into the third position, it is actually a very good horse. That is actually a very good horse if that gets into the third position, but that's probably a little difficult. These two are okay. What might happen here is difficult to assume, because this one is on a difficult scale. All right, these are on a very difficult scale. So that's that part of the story, that they're on a very difficult scale. And if that thing gets knocked out, actually this thing can get knocked out by any of these 3 horses. Okay, 9, 1 and 2, anybody can beat. We'll see how that works, but 7 looks good. 7 should win. Gate, welcome back, Gate. Well, see how actually what is happening is this, that though the 7 is the favorite, okay, and the 7 is with no drop, that's one side of looking at it. 3 is getting difficult, but it's a 1600 meter. Now, technically, the 3 is higher. This is a 58, which is going to be running, right? This is a 58. This one is very heavy, but 3 is. Let's see how that works actually. Let's 9, 6, drops to 4. 4. So that is going to be difficult. This is super difficult. What are these two? The problem is this: whenever the 7 is up here with everything in its platter, this thing goes wrong. That is a problem which is there with the 7. We'll see how that works. But technically speaking, when I'm looking at it from the next, this is higher, okay? The capability is higher. The capability is higher. This definitely has a lower struggle, but this capability is higher.
The late rally. And Diamond Show went up at $6. You're shopping at $9.50 now. If you want one at longer odds, Slip Sane in particular, 14 into 11 has been spec. Jason McMurray's mount. That's the tab read. Now the late figures with the bookies. Margot's Deal is a favourite, 150 out to $1.55. Our Smoke Show 6 and solid third run back today. Special artist off the inside for Kelly Schweder, 850 to 950 back into 9. There's a nibble Slip Sane everywhere. Placed last time out, 12 out to 13 back into $11. And horses 2 and 1 are both 31 back to $26. Very lace in proceedings. Let's get to David, because Margot's Deal with the blinkers removed today and dropping right back in grade. It's his best bet of the day as we join him.
Third race of the day, there's been no movement with Margot's Deal. She's $1.55, so there's no gamble. Picked up $2 yesterday, but I don't know if that lasted too long or not. But look, she's always been in the red for the major part of betting, and deservedly so, because she's the best horse in the race. And under the play condition, she is so well weighted with Leah Martin's claim. She's going to carry, 55 kilos. So she's thrown in, and on her best form, she should be these comfortable. That's why she's $1.55. Our Smoke Show is $6. Special artist, bit of money for special artist, $7.50. Not so Diamond Show, that's the one they're taking on. Single figures and double figures now out to $10. And these runners moving in. Third race of the day. Bernie Boo was impressive in the previous race. She got over onto the fence, but she drew the outside gate, which isn't an easy task at that start, but she overcame that early hurdle. Set up shop in the lead, was too good and ran 58.25 compared to Profit in Paradise's 59.32 in the first race. So just over a second in the time difference. And the last few coming in, Diamond Show goes up, Margot's Deal, the favourite, goes in. She's been fresh since a few runs during the carnival, a trial recently in Doomben, and particularly well placed in this race. It's probably an understatement. Ready as Ever goes up, Harley Charlie moves in, Slip Sane and Vacillation will be the last two to complete the line for the third here at Eagle Farm. 1,600 metres gives them a great run along the back straight to the first bend of the 1,000. Vacillation goes up. All in and ready to break. Starter picks up the button. The red light turned on. They're racing. Diamond Show took a backward step at the start of Mr. by a length or two. The Boulder Harley Charlie out wide first to go and going straight to the early lead. Ready as ever second in the stride. Making ground all of a sudden was Slipside and our Spoke Show. It's up in the thick of things about fourth away. About 2 lengths into Vacillation. There's the favourite Margot's Deal. Leah Barton's got the long odds on favourite. It'll be 6th position, one off the fence ahead of Diamond Show. And Special Artist settles last of the 8. 5 lengths span them. They put the brakes on now as they run towards the 1,000-metre back bend. And Harley Charlie in control, led by a neat length to Slipside in second. To the ready as ever third under restraint as they really back off the tempo. Our Spoke Show, the second favourite, sitting up in fourth, but being trailed by Margot's Deal, who's outside of Vacillation. Diamond Show second last, and Special Artist on its inside whipped them in. Down the side, 700 left to run. The field of 8 race in pairs. Harley Charlie has been in front from the get-go. Slipsane now edging closer about a neck away as they reach the 600 metres. Our Spoke Show going up 3 wide, ready as ever fourth. Margot's Deal sneaking into the picture now. Diamond Show trying to come wider. Vacillation and Special Artist with the job ahead, second last and last. In the home straight down with just over 300 left to run. Slipsane went to the lead. Hello, Margot's Deal was momentarily in some traffic, now has to pull to the outside with a bit of ground to make up because Diamond Show went by it. We've got a race on our hands now. Diamond Show reached the lead. Margot's Deal coming after it gamely. Can the favourite win? Here's Margot's Deal now alongside Diamond Show. Margot's Deal poked out in front. A few anxious moments, but the favourite salutes. Margot's Deal beat Diamond Show. Slipsane third. Vacillation in fourth. Then Special Artist, our Spoke Show, ready as ever. And Harley Charlie was last over the line.
Yeah, not always a comfortable watch, but gets to the outside and then mows them down. Much too classy. Margot's Deal plays 160 UTAP, Super Tap 150 New South Wales 769, 2 in for fourth. And race 3 done and dusted with 5 to come.
So 7 did win. 7, 6, 9. Six. 9. We'll go to the next. Five has been scratched. 6, 2, 3, 1. So what happened here is the 7 won, and these two did not get there because they were very heavy here. By the way, this is something very new that we are calculating, okay? So yeah, So we'll do the normal stuff because I had a hunch that the 6 is going to be beaten by the 9, but the 6 actually went through, and the 9 came in on third, so it had the advantage, but uh, it came in on the third. Why? Because of the weight that it was carrying. Okay, the drop is huge. So the 6, these two were really difficult. That's what we can make out. These two were really difficult. So what happened is the form line lower, higher, then it went here. Okay, so I'm just thinking loudly. So that's what the thing is. So ideally, in that case, 6 is the right odd. But now comes the catch. What happened here? Okay, and here. So why here it was the form line, and that was 0 drop. This was 5.5 steps up. So here the 6 is the drop. Okay, 6 is the drop. The form line is also good. But in this case, this is a lower weight. So ideally it is this guy. 39 becomes 35. So 41, 1, 1, 6. And here it is 8, 1. This is a negative. This is not doing well. This is 1, 2.5. So this is 1.58. 8 is probably in the third. So this is second. This is third. This is not going. Not happening. 8 is 8, check, 3 is 1.5, stronger goes up. 3. What reason that is happening? This is 10, 54, 9. Not this one. Over it. Very nice. Cannot hold 1.5, so 1.5 is on the stand 55 versus 57. And what is negative leverage? Still 55, 4.5. Those are bad. The question is here where 36 should come something negative. 161 below 1. Now what happens with this one and this one? It's still a high. And third. So it's 8. Let's see how that works. Gatekeeper got the queen. Brilliant. Give me 1 second.
Fourth event from Eagle Farm, where Cool Drinks is 215 to 225, back into 220, and the Big Blue number 2, 4 into 360, best back to beat it. Brainwave, $12 into $10, best back on those at double figure odds. Ken Sword, pretty solid, $4.20 to $4.40, gets the blinkers first time. Placed its last three for Chris Waller. On top for this man, David Fowler.
James Healy won on the heavy up at the sunny coast, broke its maiden. It was a heavy 10 that day. And then it was beaten by Swilling State at Ipswich just over a fortnight, or just under a fortnight ago. Michael Rod rides for a favourable gain and no gamble in the market either. $2.20 on solid. Started at $3.80 yesterday, $2.40 this morning, now $2.20. Number 2, the Big Blue. I thought Cansort went better than it when they last met here. The race teched one, but Big Blue was solid at 360. Cansort getting out to 460. Was 420 this morning. 8 Brainwave. $9 in from 13. A Leah Martin ride. Leah rode Margot's deal on the previous race. She found herself in a bit of froth and bubble in the early part of the straight, but she got out of jail and sent to Margot's deal to the post to win at the short odds, much to the delight of many favourite backers. These runners getting ready to move in. Fourth race of the day, and we're running 1,800 metres with the 10.5 metre rail, so the barriers move forward. Now, Cool Drinks is the first one to move in, and one of the first one to move in. Cansort goes up, blinkers on today. They want to ride Cansort forward. The Big Blue moves in, Jonah Pelly goes up. Is Seasons of Mist coming to its position. One of 2 runners for Ryan Tyrrell. He's also got Pierre Targa. So Sistine Chapel, Cast Party and Brainwave. They'll be the last 3 to move in. Last few coming up. Brainwave, who's been spec'd in betting, goes forward. Cast Party in the high calibre racing colours, the last one up. Number 6, Cool Drinks, 240. To the Big Blue, 340. Cansort at 420 now. They're all set. Ready to break it, they're racing. Off the inside, the roughy Pierre Targa began well. Cansort nicely away, second in the stride, in fact. Sistine Chapel and Jonah Pelly, they're both revving up, going up 3 and 4 wide, challenging for the front, and Cast Party just behind them, but on the way forward. A few lengths away then came the favourite Cool Drinks. Drifting back in the field was the Big Blue, so the 2 big guns in the market racing together. Out of the tail was Brainwave with Seasons of Mist. That's the first call, heading along the back straight, going towards the 1200. Jonah Pelly took over. Cast Party went up to sit in second. Racing third, Sistine Chapel. One away, Pierre Targa, who's fourth over on the inside. 2 to Cansort in clear air in midfield. The Big Blue 2 behind it on the inside of Cool Drinks. Brainwave 3 wide outside the pair. And Seasons of Mist is last of all. They slow up now as they leave the 1,000 and move to the side of the track. 900 metres from the judge, Jonapelli holds sway in the lead. 3/4 cast party, the speed is slow. Piataga third, the box seat, Sistine Chapel in the closest of fourths. Tunic Cansort outside of the Big Blue. Just behind that pair was Cool Drinks, Rod yet to make a move. And out of the tail, Seasons of Mist and Brainwave. Heading up towards the 600 metres, Jonapelli's been in front from the get-go. Led narrowly from Cast Party on the outside. Piataga is third, but waiting on a run. Then Sistine Chapel. Now here's some moves from the fancy runners. Cansort starting to stalk into the picture. Cool Drinks tries to follow it forward. The Big Blue going up between runners trying to thread the needle. And Brainwave down the outside. Soon afterwards, Cansort on the outside raced up and hit the lead from Cast Party. His favourite is flat to the boards, Cool Drinks. It's making steady ground. And getting up near the inside was Piataga and Big Odds. Cansort in the lead from Piataga. They're a tight lot. Cansort holding the bay though. Cansort is too good. Beat Piataga, Cast Party. Cool Drinks had its chance, as did the Big Blue. Behind them, Brainwave. Then came at the head of the others, Jonapelli, well back towards the tail of Sistine Chapel.
Cansort gives Jag Guthman Chesser an early double and it pays $4.90 and $1.50. Looks like Nine's going to grip on to run second ahead of the one. Yep, it will. It'll be 3-9-1, 6 wide out for fourth. 3-9-1-6 they'll be. 4 down, 4 to come. Main quaddy starts with the next race today at Eagle Farm. Third event from Balaclava is our next, and the favourite is Extra Chill. Went up at $2. Going for a drift though out to 3.
That happened. We'll go to the next. Two, 3, 6. 17, 19. All scratched. Four, 7, 8, 9, 20. 10, 7. All right, that's okay. 13, 9, 11, 5. So we're back to with those horses with negative leverage. This is very difficult to assume what they're going to do. The 13, which is the favorite, is zero. That's the highest when it comes to leverage. Okay, that's the highest, and then it is like that. So ideally, that's the thing, but 9 comes from gate number 20, 5 comes from gate number 2, then all those things are happening. Ideally, here, the 5 is the one which has the jockey arrangement, okay? That's one of the highest weight, but it is going through a negative leverage, plus they're like that 60% on declining. So what will happen there is very difficult to assume. The 12 is on a heavier side. So why are we doing this session today on a weekday and trying to figure out what? That might be the question. So the thing is, what we figured out here is this, that we need to compare from here. So if we have something like that, 1.5 here, then we check whether it is 1.5 up there, if that is the highest weight. But like we can see, they are failing. All right, they are failing. And we had this, the Randwick was much stable than what we are facing today here at EagleFarm. So which essentially means that we had better horses at Randwick. We do not have the right horses here, and that's the thing. But what this actually means is this, that the horses which are down here, they are always going to be difficult, on the difficult side. All right, they're the newcomers. These are always going to be the drops. But here we get to measure what is the actual payload on this. All right, we actually get to see what is the actual payload. Like the 2 was very heavy, the 6 and the 1, they were on the lighter side. The lightest were the 4 and 7 and all that. Those things happened. And now if you look at what is happening is, so the 3 won with one of the difficulties. Then the 9 came in with a negative leverage. That happened. There was something going on in middle. So that was the 1. So anyway, so from the struggle, this one got through. Why the 8 did not get there? Okay, now let's understand what exactly are we looking at and how things are happening. So the 8 was on a lower side. Okay, the struggle was really high. The struggle was really high, and this was on a lower side. So basically, this will determine the performance of the horse. Okay, this is going to determine the performance of the horse. The 2, definitely very good performance, but it is on a higher side. When we compare these 2, okay, so that is higher. Now, what happens when that comes in? Well, these are the factors which needs to be identified. All right, we know that's an EW. Ideally, that's that, but that's a negative leverage horse. How did that got in is something that we will figure out. And then it went to 1, and then finally 6. So negative 1.5 won with positive 1.5, but this one actually went through. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. Now, in this case, this is So these are on the difficult side, okay? Out of which 12 is on the heavier side, okay? 12 is probably one of the highest that is chasing. Now, can we, I mean, can we actually believe those things that are happening? Okay. Can we actually believe those things what are happening? So the 13, I mean, ideally it's on the difficult side. Now here, the difficulty is also 0. For 9, it raises bar at 1. This is higher. This is 0. And these are on the easier side, but they are all negative leverage. Okay, they're all negative leverage. So I'm not going to get into this. This thing is all made, and we'll see how the results reflect. That's the linear. 9 is the second linear. So those two, they generally they don't come in together. But looking at what is happening, so that is 0, and then this is the lowest that can come. But it's from gate number 20 for 1400 meter. Gate number 20 is very difficult to deliver. So in that case, what happens? Something from here, like this one, is the jockey advantage. Okay, this is jockey advantage. This one is jockey advantage. But doesn't have a form line. So I don't know whether that'll come on the second position or what, or it'll actually win. But I mean, technically it can win because of the weight, all right, and the jockey arrangement. But the thing is, it's a negative leverage. We don't have a form line on this, so I don't know how those things are going to work. But we'll see. 13 is the favorite. We have a lot of indicators going on 13. It's a linear. We probably have the rails on the linear as well. That is there. So that's there. Then since that 11, 6, and 2, 5. So what we have seen is negative 1.5 beats 1.5. Okay. So now 13 is 56, 51. If that's that, then 5 probably on the second line. Out with 71. It's 5, another 4. So what is wrong? Wrong is this, that it doesn't have a form line. That's all that is wrong. And how do you find out between, what is... So ideally, hold on. Okay. So there is nothing wrong with the 4 that you're suggesting. And in fact, if we look through the leverage, the 4 comes here. Okay. What is the thing that is going wrong? Is this that it loses form line? That let's chuck that. Okay, let's chuck that. Even if it loses form line, then what happens? Okay, so if we look at that, so 4 comes here. That means is it a good position? For this one, it is a brilliant position. Okay, for the drift, it is a brilliant position. The drift generally loses up here, but when it is down here, it is fantastic, and it can get the job done. It has a jock as well. So the 4 is not bad. The 4 is not bad. But, what will interfere with this? What will interfere with this is this, that form line will interfere. Then what is the jockey arrangement will interfere. So ideally, these two are very wide. Okay, these two, 9 and 11, are very wide. Are they good horses? The 9 is relatively better than the 11 because the 11 is a -6. But what we just witnessed here, okay, so what happened here? The 3 won from the difficult side, that won, okay. The 8 did not, and we will do those mathematics later on, how those are working. We will do that. But the 3 won. Then it went to 9. So this was an 1800 meter. On an 1800 meter, this one happened. Then on a 1600 meter, the 9 came in third, right? So, but 1000 meters, these guys did not talk. Now we are here on a 1400 meter. So that was an 1800 meter. Now on an 1800 meter, what we've seen is this, that a performing horse did win. Okay, that's a performing horse that won. And then we had this, which was a 1.5, and the one was also a 1.5 with a higher weight, but it got negotiated here for a 1.5 and a 1.5 negative. So this one actually got through the second position. All right. Then came in this, and then came in this. So they're not random, okay? Because what is happening is we are here calculating the winning weight, all right? How the winning weight is adjusted, and depending on that, we are also calculating how the jockey is assigned on this. So those differences of the weight on the distance, they are making a difference. So the point is this, at Randwick, we were getting the right results through this. Why? Because Randwick is a much stable ground than EagleFarm, and the horses are better. And so far we've been dealing with really weird horses, and this one is absolutely nonsense that we have. But ideally, if we follow the pattern that is happening, so a performing horse will win. So now, what is a performing horse? These are performing horses, okay? Now, out of which the 13 is the favorite. Now, why 13 is the favorite? Because the rest everybody is negative leverage, and this is the only horse that has some stuff going on, okay? But things can get dirty. Things can get dirty. Especially because these are negative leverages. So if we think, let's say these are very difficult, okay? These are very difficult. Let's say these are very difficult. These are relatively easier, okay? Now, if that's the thing, so out of which this one is the favorite. Why? Because let's say that it is the linear and it's a performing horse, and there is no negative leverage, so that's why. These two are very wide. These two are very wide. Then comes 12, which is very heavy. Then comes 1, okay? 1 doesn't have a form line. It is also on the heavier side. Then you have these two, 14 and 4 up here, okay? They have the same. Now, if we look at these two, this is a -5 leverage, this is 4. So yes, that thing is a performing horse with an inner gate, and it is a linear outer drift. So what this means is that this horse is a better performing horse than the 13, because that is 0-0, but it is becoming difficult here, and this is a lower weight. So your mathematics is right in one way, Gate. So 4 has the numbers to talk, but will it actually talk with a negative leverage is something that we will get to see. Okay, this is on the easier side. That means they have the weight calibration on the higher side, which is like their capabilities are on the higher side, like we can see here. Okay, we can see here the capabilities on the higher side, and their capabilities are on the lower side, and you know, that is something that is happening. So we will see how. So your idea of 4 is not null and void. Your idea of 4 holds water, but it's a very dicey and risky proposition because of the fact that all of these horses are negative leverage, and I don't know how they work. We'll see.
Russian Revolution 3-year-old filly placed 1 at 4 career starts as it returns from a break for David Van Dyke. But the favourite 2 Blues is being placed both runs this campaign, its second career campaign, a filly by Invader, and it's on top for this man, David Fowler.
Third of the race was Cast Party. Mardo, thank you for that. Yes, the runners were at the gates for race 5. You've still got time to bet because they move up at this point. Reach the halfway mark. 2 Blues, I thought was the hardest to beat because I feel she has the most upside. This is only her 4th race start. She debuted at the Gold Coast just behind the place getters in late February. Was a pass mark run. Then she ran first up at the Gold Coast in June, found the line well. Then ran second to our Huntress here 2 weeks ago at the 1,200 metres, was finding the line well. So this is a natural progression up to the 1,400. She presented well, and she's a clear-cut favourite as they start to load. Other races today so far, if you've missed them, the first went to Profit in Paradise. Missed the start by 4 lengths, came from last at 1. Gusman Chester, Paul Shayla. Bonnie Boom was good in the second race on debut. Ben Thompson for Tony Gollum. Gave Tony his 200th Queensland winner for the season. And the third race was run by Margot's Deal and became some issues of the straight to win. Now they're loading well for the 5th race today, running 1,400 metres. Most of these runners are in. Hands of Glory comes up. In fact, they've moved up smartly with only Love Rebel and also Had It All to move up, and the favourite 2 Blues. Love Rebel goes in. 2 Blues. So certainly not a big filly by Invader, but she's certainly shown promise in her 3 runs so far. She goes into a centre line draw. Had It All goes up. All in now. Ready for the 5th at EagleFarm. 1,400 metres. There's the red light. And they're racing. Frankly Irresistible towards the inside. Began well with Under Arrest and Hands of Glory. Tasserani well off the mark going up to that trio, and even deeper was Had It All putting itself into the thick of things. There's Shrewdness settling about midfield, followed by Love Rebel and off the track Oliver Johnny. Now 2 Blues is going to settle in the second half of the field, about 8th or 9th into the first bend, and then Al's the Machine, followed by Injector, Red Samovar a long way back, and Wild Beat as last. A strung out field with just over 800 left to run, and Had It All came from the outside gate to get to the running rail and the lead. Under Arrest in second, racing third, Frankly Irresistible. Tasserani, 1 away in 4th, 1 off the rail. Shrewdness Park 5th defence, Oliver Johnny 3 deep, Hands of Glory between the pair. 2 Blues near the fence, about 6 to 7 off the lead. Then Love Rebel getting into the 3 wide line. So too is Red Samovar trying to travel into the picture. Then came Injector, Al's the Machine hard ridden, and Wild Beat last of the 13. Heading for home now, 400 left to run. Had it all, tried to pinch a break at the early part of the straight. Tazzarati under arrest and trying harder. Where's his favourite? Two Blues. Oh, it's badly held up in traffic. It cannot get a clear run at all. It's an awful stroke. And meanwhile, Love Rebel. Love Rebel on the outside went to Had It All. Then Tazzarati. Two Blues getting out later. And right down the outside is Wild Beat with a big run. But Love Rebel broke clear. And Love Rebel is too good. Love Rebel first. Two Blues. You're not going to see that again. Third was Wild Beat. Fourth over the line was Had It All. Then came Red Samovar, Tazzarati, Injector, Oliver Johnny, Frankly Irresistible, Under Arrest, Al's the Machine. Hands of Glory up towards the tail with Shrewdness.
Jack Guthman Jester gets a treble as Love Rebel wins it at $6.50 and $2. Gee, no luck at all. Two Blues. Rockets home to snatch second away from Wild Bean. So it'll be 10, 13, 7 and 9 in for fourth. To race number 5 with the main quaddie underway and 3 races to come from Eagle Farm. Back to Balaclava now for race number 4.
We'll go to the next. One 410 has been scratched. Seven 536. This was a maiden, 1,000 meter. So what is the difference between 3 and 7? Let's understand that, and also 2. So the 3 is higher. Capability is also higher. But there is no form line. Now, ideally, if we have to balance this, then 7 is the right odd. Then it is between 5 and 9, which is here. Now the 5 is on the easier side. This is on the difficult side, but it is showing negative. So we'll see how that works actually. So this is difficult, okay? 0, 0 was difficult, then these were easier, and out of the easier, 10 got through with the drop. If we look at what happened here, then the 3 went through. That was an 1800 meter with a performance, okay? And then the 9 came in with an advantage. Then the bottom line is negative 1.5 beat the 1, which was here. So this becomes something that needs to be worked on, but that was a negative leverage. So here, the 7 and the 3, this is higher, this is lower, this is also lower, this is lower. So ideally in this case, the 3 should have won. Okay, now why the 3 is not going to win? What are the reasons that are going to stop the 3 from winning? One is it is getting into negative on the resistance side. 2, it is higher. This is lower. So this one has the advantage. Okay, so if 7 has the advantage over these two, let's understand this practically. So 7 has the advantage between these two, all right? Then why will 9 will not have advantage over 5? Then why will 9 won't have advantage over 9? I mean 5. If 7 has advantage between these two, then why 9 will not have advantage on these? Okay. Gatekeeper 4 came in last. Yes, that was a disaster of a race. I mean, this one, basically what happened is these two were really wide. Okay, they were very wide. 13 was on the difficult side, which is okay. But when they're all same age and same sex, almost, they're not same sex but same age. So what happened basically is the 12, which was, let's look at what happened and why that happened. Okay, so this is where the drops are. Okay, now if we look from the largest drops, the largest drop was 12. Okay, that was the largest drop, but it was getting difficult here. That was -6. It was getting difficult. Then comes 4 and all those. Okay, sorry, that's a bad thing here. That's the drop. Okay, this is not the drop. That's the jock, total jock. This is the drop. If we look at the drop, then that is the highest. Then here it was -16. Then it was, so that was one of the low leverages with highest drop, and it just had the, I mean, there is nothing in specific gate. Can we take this as a benchmark? No, we can't take this as a benchmark. This is not how things are. So that's the drop. Okay, these two were the right, these three were the top drops. 719, 10, 16, and 12. 10, 16, and 12. They were the highest drops. Okay, now out of which 16 was -16 on the leverage. 12 was getting difficult. 10 had the advantage. And then came in the performance. Then came in the pressure line. So those are very minute details that you actually have to look for. But I mean, that's not worth it basically, because that's a maiden race, and I mean, I lose eyesight. I mean, my eyes are not that good to look into all those numbers. If I have to increase, then it'll go out of the screen. If I increase the thing that I can read properly, then it'll go out of screen. So that is a bad idea. Now I am thinking, if the 2 pushes and pushes hard, can the 2 actually beat the 8? Is it possible for the 2 to beat the 8? That is the highest pressure line here. Or the 3 to be able to beat the 7-year-old gilding. They're almost the same, but There's a difference. That's a drop. This is becoming difficult for a 6-year-old gilding. 679.
মাসিমা সংসারের অতি প্রয়োজনীয় পাবে দাম 35 টাকা। যেমন কিলো লুচি ভাজার চাইনা ছাড়া পাবেন 35 টাকা, কিলো রুটি চাকরি পাবেন 35 টাকা, পাবেন স্টিলের ডাবল মাত্র 35 টাকা, কিলো স্ট্যান্ডার্ড কোয়ালিটির চা চাকরি নেবেন 35 টাকা, পাবেন স্টিলের সারাশি, হ্যাঁ স্টিলের সারাশি মাত্র 35 টাকা, কিলোর দাম কত পাবেন 35 টাকা, কিলোর গ্যাসলাইটার নেবেন মাত্র 35 টাকা,
On misses the favourite, 165 out to $1.80. Action King attracts good interest everywhere to beat it as it resumes today, $8 into $6.50. And then we've got very good support for Ralphie, number ace, for last at the Gold Coast last time out. Never in a beat 5.3, but it's $14 into $7.50 for Michael Rod, attracting really good interest. And at longer odds, Mashani Ego has fans everywhere. Olivia Kendall's mount, 17 19, back into $14. Bull on misses the favourite on top for this man, David Fowler. We join him for the sixth.
They're all behind the gates for the sixth today. On the field of 7 contesting this race, we've got an odds-on favourite, Moolah Miss, $1.80, tab 7. The last time Moolah Miss was in Winning Nick, it was here at the scene of the crime, back on the 8th of April. Had a good gate that day and had a perfect run, but she does like the 1,000 metres and she does race well fresh. I think they're the two key points to her prospects today. She's an above-average mare, but she's in the right spot today. She's in the sweet spot, and she should be hard to beat. The market is telling us that was $2.20 this morning, now $1.85. Ralphie, number 8. In fact, our 6 Action King at $6. Visiting from Canberra. First up since early February. Originally was trained by Kelly Schweeder, Action King. But it's remained solid as the second favourite. A fair margin away from Merlin this side. Ralphie, 10 down to $7.50 in about the last 10 minutes or so. Inver here at 9 and Shago $9.50. No confidence there. Now the last of them coming up. This is the 6th of the day. Action King goes in and the field of 7 are locked and loaded. Ready to jump. Running 1,000 metres. All set. Racing. Action King was last out of the gates. Ralphie drifts back as well. Inver here fast to go, showing early speed hard Tony, and Moolah Miss outside the pair as they head down towards the 800 metres. They're followed then by Shaco settling fourth. On the inside of Action King, Mashani Ego, and Ralphie is last out 4 wide in a very compact field, only 3 lengths top end to tail. Inver here had the best speed, kept out hard Tony. That means Moolah Miss has to do it fairly tough 3 wide, and Ralphie 4 wide, the closest he's been to the leaders of the turn in some time. Shaco just behind them, sweating on a run, likewise for Action King, and then Mashani Ego. You can throw a handkerchief over them. Soon afterwards, Leah Martin sent Moolah Miss to the lead from Hard Tony. Inver here gone, then Shaco, Action King. Ralphie's a spent force. Moolah Miss the leader, getting away from Hard Tony. Action King getting out, running on now. Moolah Miss the leader, 50 to go. Action King is going to be a danger. Moolah Miss in front, trying to grip on as they hit the line. Photo. Moolah Miss or Action King, Hard Tony, and Shaco not far away. Then gaps to Inver here, Mashani Ego, and Ralphie. He went too early and ran last.
This is really close between Moulin Miss number 7, trying to grip on, and Action King on the outside taking a late dive. 2's run third, Tony 5 in for 4th. Let's take a look at this. Who gets the bob in? That's desperately close. 7 and 6, 6 and 7 hitting it locked together. I would like to stay out of that one. That's desperately close. Action King and Moulin Miss in a particular to race number 6 there from Eagle Farm. Wait for the result from the judge there. 5th event from Balaclava and Pending Diamond is the favourite, number 3. 270 into 260, but back out to 2-8.
So they will not work on 1,000 meter, that is for sure. They will not work on 1,000 meters. 7, 6 and 2. Seven, 9, 10, 13 all scratched. 3-1, 14 and 6. So we just had this up here, okay? So now let's understand what happened here. The 10 went through because of the drop, total drop, okay? 13 was on the fighting side. So now the 3 is the highest drop, but it is getting into difficulty, exactly like the 12. One is getting into negative. Yeah, that's more or less. It becomes so easy after the races to identify what happened and what went wrong. But before the races, it is difficult.
Dust Cloud is the favourite at $2.40 on the tab trade. The market mover with tab would be Transgress number 6, which is into $5 off an opening $7 figure. Let's have a look at the bookies late. 230, 240, back to 235 for Dust Cloud. And the toppy is 390 to 440. Transgress 7 into 5, best backed everywhere to roll both. And Divine Squire at longer odds is $15 into $12. Crypto Magic, if you're after a real roughie, 101 out to 151, back into 101. David Fowler with Dust Cloud. We join him for the second last today. Those numbers confirmed at Grafton, 643 on the feature. Here's David.
Thanks, Marno. At the gates, we've still got time to bet. They've just arrived there, so we'll run a little late here. Dust Cloud at 240. Look, not one of my horses, Dust Cloud, but I will concede that here 2 weeks ago, he beat the maiden field comfortably. It was at this distance as well. Controlled up front, won by nearly 3. Now, this is an overly strong Class 1, so I can see why he can go from the maiden to the Class 1, but do you take a little while to win his maiden? I feel 230 is short enough. I don't think there's any spoil on the odds. TLG also comes out of a maiden win at the Sunshine Coast. But it's getting out of the market to 480. It's soft. So 230 Dust Cloud firm, 480 TLG soft. Transgress a good market mover down to $5 from the Michael Freedman yard. 1 win from 5, but probably the best backed away from the favourite. Brutal Lance number 14 at $9.50. The money seems to have dried up there, and double figures every other runner. Let's see what's happening here. They're over at the 1400, and they're just starting to move in. Empress Aspen has gone up, so it's time to put your betting shoes on because they are starting to load. They won't take long. Miller Miss won the previous race. There wasn't much in it. In fact, it was a nose. Barest possible margin. The favourite gripped on to beat Action King. 1 stride later, it would have been Action King's money, but Miller Miss, after a tough run outside the lead pair, she had to do it the hard way, 3 wide, and she responded well to get home and win by a nose. But I did mention to the on-course audience, on-course patrons, that they ran 58 and 36. That's a benchmark 78. That Booney Boom, that 2-year-old, ran 58.25, so quicker than Miller Miss. She might have a future Booney Boom. And most of these runners are in. Here's Dust Cloud, the favourite, coming up. Transgress about to move in. That leaves Crypto Magic and another one about 50 metres behind them, High Voltage. 2 runners to come up. Dust Cloud, $2.30. TLG, $4.80. Transgress, $5. They're your top 3 in betting. Now, High Voltage comes up to its position in the Morton family colours. Goes forward, and they're all in for race 7. Ready to break. All clear given from behind. Red light about to be switched on. There it is. They're set. Racing. Dust Cloud was one of the first to go. Slowly into stride was Brutal Ass, as was Love to Talk. They drop out to the tail. Dust Cloud pushes its way through to take the early lead from Ice Chocolate. Divine Squire third away. TLG is up in 4th and Transgress is 5th, but a bit wide as they make their way towards the first turn at a casual speed. Empress Aspen midfield the rail inside of Rosso Levanto and Crypto Magic 3 wide outside that pair. 2 to Brutal Lass. Then High Voltage and Love to Talk is 2 off last. They make their way down towards the 800 metres and Dust Cloud really controlling it. Thompson has slammed on the brakes in the lead roll. Ice Chocolate trails by 3/4. TLG 3 wide. He wants to over race and Transgress is 4 wide. So the well-backed third favourite is having a tough run there. Meanwhile, Divine Squire all coiled up 5th behind the leading quartet. Rosso Valento is improving as they come up to the turn. Then came Crypto Magic, Empress Aspen to the rail. High Voltage, Brutal Last second last, and Love to Talk was last of all. They head for home. It's been a slowly run race, and Dust Cloud has all the aces in its favour. Ice Chocolate trying hard to get on terms, then Divine Squire. Rosso Levanto emerges up to 4th. TLG under pressure, not doing anything. Dust Cloud the leader, down below the 200 metres. At the moment, holding its rivals. Rosso Levanto is trying hard. Dust Cloud the leader, 50 metres from the judge, trying to grip on. Rosso Levanto coming late. Dust Cloud in front as they reach the line. I think just beat Rosso Levanto, who put in a decent dive. Then Divine Squire, followed by
So that's really close. Dust Cloud trying to grip on. Rosso Levanto takes a late dive at it and makes it really close and in fact will nab it. It'll be 11 grabbing the 3 right at the stick, 4 runs third. So it'll be 11 just from the 3 and the 4. 11, 3, 4 on race number 7. There's one race to come there. Balaclava 6 is rapidly approaching. In fact, we're past start time. Quick check of the bookies late, where Jackson run number 7 is 3.
Can't do anything about these horses. They don't have the form line to believe what they can do. But mathematically, that aligns. This is lower tassel. Eight and 13 has been scratched. 11, 9, 5, and 6. So the 11 is the favorite, but here is the issue. The issue is it is a 57 going to run as a neutral. The right, I mean, according to the data, the right weight for the neutral is 57.5. So that becomes a problem. I mean, whenever it is neutral, it becomes a very questionable thing. Okay, at times they work with much smaller weight, but those are special conditions. Those are like different conditions altogether. Like, for example, I'll pull up the Randwick. So here probably eight. Here the 6 actually went through. All right, this one was a neutral and it went through. This 6 actually won. Okay, on the 10th race, and we were very surprised how did that happen, because this was actually not doing well, and this was a 56.5 that actually went through. Now what happened here is basically the 3 was the favorite, which was the linear, but in this case this one went through. So there are some very specific cases when that happens, but over an average, 57 going through as a neutral is on the difficult side. So neutrals, they have a different ball game altogether. How that works, I don't know, but like what we can see, it's at 1200 meters, so the 1 is the highest. All right, I mean, it is also getting into negative, so probably that will get through. Now what might happen is Let's see how that works. No, it did not. It did not. So this is what happened. The 11, I mean, this was on a stronger side. I was thinking which one will come from here. Okay. So now this one was gate number 11, 10, 12. For 1400, those were difficult. 12 was capable, but that did not happen. And why that did not happen? Because of the carrying weight on these two horses. Okay. If they are same, the carrying weight is higher on this, and the 11 went through. So what happened is this thing got knocked out. What is the result? 11, 3, and 4. So the 4 was okay. The 4 was correct here. This one was not working, but these two got knocked out by who? By 11, because it was lower than this, higher here. Good night, Gate. I'll see you on Saturday. Take some rest.
On EagleFarm for another day. Mel Dubious is the favourite last 15 minutes out to 420 of $3.90. And Fragile Love number 5 for Leah Martin, Tony Gollan, 6 into 480. This goes back out to $5. Shellstein is 650 into 480 back to $5. And Berezka is 480 out to $5. Metaphorically is in from $13 to $12. Nibbles at longer odds for Shiao's number 12, Mount Fuji number 3, Desire number 10. They're arriving at the start point. Might just be a tad behind time. There are those totes for Tari. Watch your win pays double figure odds across all of them as they go interim. Let's head to David at EagleFarm, who comes home with the first up at Gorbachev.
Yes, Marto, thanks for that, and thanks, Mercedes, as you come to us at the same time. Yeah, there's no lead there for Gorbachev, is there? $13 was 8 this morning, so maybe another day. I mean, I know they don't always lose when they drift in the betting, but you'd like to see a lead first up. Speaking of lead, I'm not giving you a really strong lead for anything here. Some of these can be, test punters' patience. Bill Dubious is one of them. Sometimes he's turned in some, below average runs. Start off the career with a bang, but punters like him today. He's drawn the rails gate. He's remained steady at 420 and favourite. Then we've got 3 runners at $5 on the second line. Fragile Love, number 5 at $5 for Tony Gollan. The concern I've got with her is the 1,200 metres. I think she's better at 1,000 at 1,100, but she's firm in the betting. Shellsteiner, there is a market lead, was 7 this morning, now 5. First up, Franklin riding for Team Archibald. And Berezka, she's had a few goes, hasn't she? Berezka, $5, but she's always in the market. And after that, we go to Metaphorically at $11. Shellstein now 460. 460 Shellstein. It's got very dark here for the last race. The cloud cover's rolled in. We're expecting some showery activity over the next few days, and that cloud is low. Of course, it is winter time, so it's quite dark for the last as they start to move in. 1,200 metres ahead of them for the final event. Rosso Lavedo got the bob in the previous race. Thought Dust Cloud might have lasted, but Rosso Lavedo got the last stride in a short half-head victory. Miller missed winning the previous race by a nose. Now, these runners loading up well for the final event today. Don't forget racing tomorrow's at Ipswich with a 7-event card. In goes Gorbachev. Gorbachev moves up. Shiao's and Mount Fuji about to come in. Berezka, Hopper, a newcomer to Queensland, waiting its turn with Napravda and Shellstone. Last of the day. 440 Mel Dubious, 460 Shellstone. Shellstone has put itself in a position to challenge Mel Dubious for favouritism. Fragile Love and Berezka, they remain firm on the $5 line. Now, Berezka moves up. The blue blood thoroughbred colours. Last two to move in, Shellstein and Hopper. So we're just about ready. Last of the day, 1,200 metres. Shellstein joins them. They're all in. Ready to break. There's the red light flashing very brightly. All set. Mel Dubious drawn the rails. They look well behaved. Still no start. Now racing Brisbane. Mel Dubious began quite well off the inside. Gorbachev and Shiao's actually won the jump. Speed from Metaphorically out wide, and Shellstein driving through as well. The Brad was going up after a wide run of the early part. Hopper's off the track in midfield, maybe a touch worse. Berezka between runners, bound Fuji to the inside. Then Fragile Love and Desire settles in last position. Down by the 800 metres, Metaphorically led 1 length Shiao's, who retains the rail. Getting across to be one off in third was Napravda. Gorbachev fourth, Mel Dubious. Fifth over on the inside, and then came Shellstein, 3 wide, going up towards the leading division. Hopper trails it into the race. Berezka is trapped in some traffic, looking for the way clear. Then Mount Fuji, third last to the rail. Fragile Love with work to do, and Desire whipped them in. Fully homeward bound on the last, 350 left to run. Metaphorically and Shiao's going together. On the outside, Shellstein pumped up to come after them. Depravda's still there. When Bereska's getting out, hopping out the outside. Fragile Love behind them. On the inside, Shears. Belgibius getting a gap now. And running on strongly on the outside was Bereska. Shears, Bereska the outside. Fragile Love right down the outside. Big finish coming over the last race as they hit the line. Fragile Love burst home late in a camera with Bereska. And here on the inside was Shears. Then Belgibius, followed by Hopper.
So it's close, but 5 on the outside looks prominent. Fragile Love getting a late dive in at Berezka. 12 runs third, 4 runs fourth. Let's have a look here. Yeah, I'm going to stick with 5 to nail the 9 right at the stick. Reckon it's 5, 9, 12 and 4 there. We owe you judges confirmation.
So that's the problem, being neutral. That is where it actually collides. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at EagleFarm today, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. We will definitely work on this and try to figure out how things are working on this particular section, depending on how the pressure line and, whatever the variables are. So we will try to figure out. If I can't figure this thing out within Saturday, probably we will not have this column on Saturday. We will try to do this through normally. Anyway, but that's more or less what we have. We wanted to test this today, and it somehow gave us some insight, and we will see how we can improve on that. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. It means a lot. And I want to thank Gate. Thank you so much. I know you've left, but thank you, my friend. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday. Till then, stay blessed and